United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will take roll call.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Councilman Gary Donovan, Councilman at Large, present.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large here.
Councilman Ronald Pagliani,
Here.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
Here.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite, second district present.
Councilwoman Sarah Acapelli,
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali, 3rd District present.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
Councilman Mitchell Galignano, 4th District, present.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton,
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, 5th District present.
Councilwoman Kathy Tucker,
Councilwoman Kathy Tucker, 7th District, present.
Councilman Victor Boris,
Councilman Victor Boris, 8th District, present.
Councilman Robert Bruno,
9th District present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District present.
and Chairman Peter Mazzaro.
Chairman Peter Massaro, 6th District Councilman, present. Okay, I would turn the meeting over to the Finance Director.
I'm gonna read the call first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Read the call.
I'm gonna read the,
We're still on the
No, we're still in Finance.
oh, we are?
Yeah, we gotta,
So what about this?
after,
That's at next meeting.
the next meeting after this.
Okay. Where am I? This way?
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Mayor Warsley. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I see you handed changes to the recommended budget that you would like us to move on.
Correct. These are more, I would call housekeeping issues, problems that I know when I was here before that we talked about, positions that were in regular wages for the mill rate, if you will, but not in the personnel detail. That's why as we read them into the record, I'm going to have, obviously, the finance chair, whoever she deems to read one by one into the record. Some will increase, some will decrease, some will stay flat. And again, these are positions that were in there, but not, as they should have been, like they were left out of the detail, yet, again, they didn't affect the mill rate because they were in the regular wages. So we need to go through these, and then, as I said, then I can turn it back over. So I'm ready for any questions because we can start, and I think it's best if we do them one at a time. And one is, the first one is the planning and development, the property maintenance zone enforcement. So as you can see, the detail is on the other side, the reason why we're doing it to the right side. So you got it?
Yeah.
So it's position and recommended regular wages, but not itemized in personal detail.
Can I just... So there's no account number.
Correct, there won't be. That's what
Okay, is that what you're getting
Yeah,
ready to tell
because,
us?
again, because it's more of it's a detail, it's a personnel detail, the mill rate is affected by the regular wage account, which does have an account number. So some of them will have account numbers, but those are the various in revenue and expense accounts all the way down the bottom that we will deal with. We're going through this because at least this way, every T is crossed, every I is dotted, that we are putting it back. Our Assistant Finance Director has worked diligently the last couple of days, assisting us with this endeavor and making sure that, everything was done right, the correct way. But again, we will need 9 votes as anything during this budget process for changing line items, even if it's just personnel detail. I checked with Lee Tiernan, and it's it could go either way, but my feeling is, and I hope all of you agree, it can't harm anybody to take the vote, the motion, and get the votes to put everything back the way it should be. So, again, the first one up is planning and development, and it is the property
Page
maintenance.
41.
It's the
Go ahead, I'm sorry, I'm just letting everybody know
Well,
what
you don't
page.
want me to do the motion, right? So that.
No, I thought you were gonna explain it, because
Well, I
don't...
can explain each one at the time, or we can go through all of them. So again, the
Okay, can I have a motion? Thank you, can I have a second?
Second.
It's open for discussion, go ahead, Mayor
Okay.
Rossi.
So the first one is the planning and development, and this was one of the ones that I was saying is not in the personnel detail. So you would need you have the motion in the second, and you would need approval, And basically, it is to put in the personnel detail the 66,467 for the property maintenance zoning enforcement. So you stick just to the left side with this, because it has nothing to do with the
So right
post.
now, so I just wanna make sure I understand, so if we go down under building official, the building, property maintenance zone enforcer says 2, and for 121, it says 129.03. So essentially, it was supposed to have the 66,467, which will bring the 516 to 583,374.
Exactly.
Okay, we all understand that? Do we have questions? Councilman?
Lost myself.
I don't, did you?
Can I answer their question
Oh,
first,
yeah,
or did you
please.
want, okay. So you see the property maintenance and zone enforcement on page 41, second
Yes.
from the bottom? It says 2 at 129.03, and then all the way across, it's zeroed out.
Yep.
It should have had 1 added. And that amount will be for the 66,467. Which will then change the recommended amount to 583,374.
So you would have, and when you say you should have added it, would it be under the adjusted amount? Where would you have added it?
Under requested amount and recommended amount,
Oh, right, okay.
so we're adding it to it.
All right.
I still got a question.
I know, I'm just making sure they're all set.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
No, I
Councilman?
have a just
Yeah.
to run off their question. So this says that we're making an adjustment just to the detail, which means that the regular budget, the dollars are already in there, but I'm trying to find in the regular detail where that number is 583 in page 43, right? Regular wages?
Yes, 43 is the 583,374, yes. My apologies.
You're quicker than
Not that I'm quicker than you, but I mean, probably.
most likely. Yeah, okay.
Listen, if I can get, I mean, it's Ron Quagliani, so. So did we all see that on page 43? I apologize. So it's there on that wage item. The 583 is already there, it's just that position is not listed on 41.
Gotcha.
Everyone's good? Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Where else, see?
Okay, so we're not actually. The next one is Comptroller, and that's gonna be page 45
I
and
love everything about
46.
that.
So, there, on that one, there was supposed to be, and this was asked, for by Marv, the payroll specialist. For whatever reason, that didn't get put into the budget at all, so that is a regular wage one, and it's $58,000. So, again, you can see that all the rest are in there, but the one that's missing is the $58,000 from the regular wages. And then, and so you can see that one's a payroll assistant, and then down the bottom, grants administration. And then the other two, the grants accountant and the budget analyst, is the same exercise as you just did for the top one. So, I wanna see something if they have it in there.
Could we have a motion?
Motion.
A second? Discussion? So, are you asking a question, Councilwoman O'Connor? Can I help you? What do you need? Do you want to have discussion?
didn't know where it was exactly, so.
Oh, no, it's fine. No, I just wanna make sure. So we understand that on page 46 on the mayor's recommended budget, the total that's on the other page is the 676,273, but up top doesn't reflect that. So they're adding the positions to page 45, so that totals 46. For those 3 positions? Does that make sense for everybody? All those in favor? Do you have a question? Come again?
Yeah, I still have discussion if I could.
Oh, yes, I apologize.
So could I ask the finance director a question? So Scott, I'm just trying to make heads or tails out of the detail. So the grants accountant and the budget analyst are in the regular wages but not in the detail. And the junior accountant, grants accountant was not in here at all, right? Is there something in here that's funded, that's not filled? On this detail, like finance director, assistant, chief accountant, internal, is there any position here that's open?
There is an open position, that is partially filled by, a temporary worker retiree that would be assistant finance director.
Right, for some reason, and listen, I'm just trying to read my notes, really. I mean, I have a star next to accounting specialist. That's a job that looked like it was in 21, but it didn't make it over to 22. So does that position not exist any longer?
That position does not exist. So it carries forward for historical reference, but it does not exist as the office is currently constituted today.
And do you currently have an administrative clerk in finance? The very last, it says administrative clerk finance. I know in 21 there wasn't anything, in 22 it
Yes.
was funded.
We do, yeah, yes, we absolutely have it. It was a new position last year, and we are looking.
It's filled.
It is absolutely filled, yes.
Okay.
And the other three, the reason it makes it, I think, difficulty is the payroll assistant is the job that wasn't the top one, 58,000. That one was one of the positions that was ordered or strongly suggested by the MARB. And so that's 58,000. That one has to actually be funded. In other words, it hasn't been funded, because I drew my own notes in my book. And that one, they call it payroll specialist or payroll assistant, but at $58,000. The other two, the grants accountant for 64,464, budget analyst for 52,450, that was another one of those that it's in the regular wages, but it doesn't show, where up top where it's supposed to.
So I would imagine that 58,000, the exercise to make everything balance out is part of the graph on the bottom, right? We're not increasing
Yes.
the budget.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. No, I'm good.
The budget analysis on the detail, where is that going, so I can understand that?
The budget analysis
The
on the
budget
detail?
analyst, I'm sorry.
The budget.
Where does it go on the personnel detail? Is that, do we add that in, or is that under something else?
Right, it was supposed to be on here and wasn't placed.
So I'm just adding that in, correct? A new,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Because it was left off, which is why the department total on 45 of 500,059 is lower than the 676 on the next page, so this is what's bringing that
Gotcha,
to be equal.
thank you.
And then there's the increase, huh?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So, Mayor,
Oh, okay, I thought you were mentioning that. And then
Yeah,
there's
no.
the 58,000 for the, payroll assistant that they're adding, so the new
Right.
the new revision will be 734.
Right. That has to, and that's right, that has to be read, into the record, because again, we have to increase the regular wages. So the other two are similar, as I said, the grants accountant, the budget analyst as the one above. That there's no harm to the regular wages, but it needs to be put forward so that it is accounted for. The $58,000, like the top half of it, if you will, this is all to do with specific positions. The bottom half is various revenue and expense accounts that we will get to, and those definitely affect the mill rate in the bottom line.
Okay. Are you all set, Councilman?
Yes, thank you.
Councilman?
Mayor, the grants accountant, so, and I know there's probably not a lot we could do, but it just reads to me like there should be a synergy between the grants department and the grants accountant and finance. And I know that the grants department by charter, reports to the planning and zoning department or something like that. So, I mean, I would hope that operationally there's a synergy, but I recognize that you can't, put specifically that a grant should report to finance or whatever else, but I think that's just an example on how, like, the charter should never dictate where, specific department should go as time passes by. But anyway, I'm just hoping that there's a synergy between everybody, because you report to, they report to different people.
I can guarantee that on a daily basis, I don't speak to anyone more often than I speak to the grants office.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Do we have to read this?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna read it. Any other who?
No, I was just wondering, you have the wording, how this is all gonna be worded out?
I have no idea. I'm gonna just kinda
Then
wing
make
it.
two of us. Okay.
I'm gonna, I'm more than positive that, a councilman sitting next to me will correct any errors that I might. If not him, you.
You
So,
don't make any errors.
I don't make any errors? Oh, I love this.
I did hear that.
So, comptroller, page 45, payroll assistant will be added, change of 58,000. The grants accountant will be added for $64,464. The budget analyst will be added at $52,450 for a total change of $174,914,000, with an increase of $58,000 for a total of $734,273. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Should I have done that for the first one? I shall do it now, if you don't mind. Thank you. So for the initial one, for the planning and development, property maintenance and zone enforcer, there'd be a revision of $66,467. Just added to the personnel detail, gross wages of $583,374. There is no change. Tax collector, I'm very excited, but I think I know what page that is. Like 1655. I think I know this book. It's the little things that get me excited about things. Oh, that's, okay. So, this is just the correction of her salary that she did discuss with us while she was here.
Correct.
And then the, tax collector, Marcy?
They put, I don't know, that one is interesting, because I'm looking at the original budget, because that's what I have here. And it looks like it was in at $7,600, so, I don't think that there's a, because I'm looking at it, and there was $7,600, and that did, let me just see if it agreed with the wages. No, it was off. If you look at page 55, when it went into the regular wages, you look at the page, and it's off by some dollars. So the regular wages are $387,773, but the total of all the positions is $387,621. So that's why there is a, they want it restated back in there for the correct $7,600.
Did we check that?
You can check it,
Are
I
you
don't.
checking it? Are you doing that?
I'm just looking for the difference.
Well, scroll down. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just trying to hurry you up. It's gonna help me.
We have all night.
You heard him, right? Do not.
So she gets, so we have to subtract 387,773 minus 387,621. So it's $152 difference. $152 to regular wage.
152.
For the tax collector.
We added the 7,600 in there, I don't understand it, it's in here.
$152 it's off by.
Marosi, Councilman Quaglione is saying that it's off.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as well. It's again,
Yeah, it's off by 152.
It's in there. What are you talking about, the 76? It's in there.
It's on the so if you look at page 56, regular wages is 387,773. On the detail, it's 387,621.
Right.
Right.
So that's $152 difference. Now, I don't know if it's, alls I know is the detail's off $152. I don't know which particular position it's off by, or I don't even know, quite honestly, if the regular wages is off and the detail is right. So, I mean, I think we leave it, in my opinion, I would leave it the way it is, because we could add up the detail and it
Right.
equals that, where we can't add up the regular wages.
I agree.
I think the most important thing too is, again, all the rest of the stuff to the left with the personnel detail, you know, is again, it's more for the personnel detail. It doesn't go into the mill rate, if you will. But there is a difference, as we know, between the tax manager's salary for what was recommended and what it should be.
This is this.
If you, can I say something?
So, but
Ron.
this changes.
If you add up what you got there and the changes, the 76, the 81,934, it comes to the 394,557, what it's supposed to be. I just added it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it shows that the tax collector gets the $7,600 in the detail.
Right.
So if we add up all those positions that are in there,
It comes to 394,557.
did anybody add up the details? See if it comes up to 387,621? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't wanna jump in, but.
Well, with the change, with the 76 plus the change of the 81,934, it comes to the 394,55. If the other way, I didn't add it up
Yeah,
the way it is.
The tax manager's way off.
You know, we understand that. 6936 we have to add in for the tax manager.
387,621.
So that's correct. The detail's correct.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm, because I just did it.
And then revision is
387,621.
So, I mean, I would just add 6,936 to regular wages. That's the tax manager's agreed upon contractual salary, so. And then, I don't think we would do anything else with the tax department.
Yeah, because if you take that 387,621, you add the 6,936, which
So
is
right,
the
it's
increase.
3,957, that's what it is. So this, and this is right.
Yeah, but there was a question about
I know.
the
I-
tax collector, so that's correct.
Any other questions? Yeah. Anyone have any questions? Did I do a motion?
We need a motion.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Want me to do
But did you see that? I'm like,
Yes,
do I
sounds
need a
good.
motion? Yeah. We have a motion, thank you, Councilman. A second, thank you,
Second.
Councilwoman.
So can we read
I'm gonna-
Yeah.
the line item that we're changing in the motion?
Sure,
Just for Stacy's sake and
yes, I'm
whoever's
gonna do
watching
that,
sake?
right. So, yes, I'll do that too. So, the tax collector. So I'm gonna put forth the motion for the tax collector to, added $6,936 to make their salary, the tax manager's salary, to $81,936. So line item 124,000,1051,000 regular wages will total $394,557. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. ERS dispatch part-time is page 57. So, it just, if you look at, so why did we add this twice? I don't think that's right.
We need twice.
What do I-
Because it was 958 without the part-time person, but then the 1302 had the part-time person. And then we added it again to make it 1332. Did anyone follow me with that besides myself? So the department total that we had on that, Mayor Rossi, was $958,062.
Hold on one second. What the difference is though, an ERS is different than any other department in the budget.
Oh, the
They-
overtime.
You got it. That's exactly it. So you can't really, it's not like comparing apples, if you will, to apples, and at least this way,
Yes.
we know we have to increase at least that much.
No,
you know?
and that's fine. And me and Mr. Jackson, we had discussed that. Me and Mr. Jackson. I don't think that's proper English. But I had discussed that with Mr. Jackson. Thank you. So, any questions for Mayor Rossi? Councilman?
Mayor, is this, so where's, this is gonna be the out, so is the in adjusted? So this is the entire salary for that part-timer, right?
Correct.
So I know that somewhere else in the budget, there's a revenue line from the fire districts, because they pay in their contributions. So
Right.
is that line adjusted to give for their
Yes, Bob
their
made.
share coming in?
Bob made all the adjustments that needed to be done, our assistant finance director. So yes, the budget is balanced again, and as I said, he put them all in, and we just needed at least the 9 votes to get it passed. But it's all balanced, and it's back to the same mill rate that we started with.
Because that's what we do,
It's
right?
not
We have it,
listed.
it's the whole budget, and then
Right.
and then you send a bill to West Shore for 15%, Allentown and the center for
Correct, it's all still the
15%, right?
same.
Right, so the missing items ended up on the expenditure side. So they were already calculated at all of the other.
So it's already in on the revenue side. Okay, got it. So you want me to make
Because
a
I know
motion?
the West Shore will be voting on their budget shortly, so they just want to, make sure they got the right numbers. Did you want to say something?
want a
You said
motion?
want a motion, sure.
Can I have a-
Motion?
Can I have a question,
No,
please?
go ahead. No, I'm joking.
Explain to me why the 29,266 isn't double?
The 29,260, oh, that's where the overtime is. Their wages have overtime in it.
Okay,
Anything else, Chairman?
that's it.
You want to second my motion? Oh, you have a question?
I did, yeah, well, and again, I apologize for not
You don't
understanding.
apologize.
We have, on the revised for that, it says 1,332,123.
1,332,000. Mm-hmm.
But under the detail, I'm adding it up, it comes out to 987,328.
It's overtime.
And
Overtime.
That 300,000 is overtime?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what that means?
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
Can I get a motion? Thank you,
That was a
Councilman.
motion.
Second, thank you, Councilman. Do I have to read it? I think I do. So no, I think the dispatcher part-time for the 29,266 will be added to the, personnel detail under emergency reporting system. And line item 1300001051000 regular wages will total that's a lie. $1,332,123.
Yep.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Police Department, there's a lot of work there. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second, thank you, Councilman. And, open it for discussion. So,
What page?
oh, the police is page, I'm sorry, the next page. So Mayor
Thank
Rossi,
you.
I'm a little, Lex? I found it. Because I thought there'd be more changes in this line item, and maybe it's down the bottom, because they were overstaffed. Did we take those positions away and I'm just not understanding it? Is it? You understood it?
It's not in
Oh.
here.
It's what?
Supposed to be one
Oh, it's supposed to be one detective. Oh, thank you. That's what you're
detective
saying.
sergeant, a patrolman,
A sergeant and a patrolman.
detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant.
Right, there's one increase in the detective line item, absolutely, because but they have in the book, they had 18 and not 16. So that had to be changed. The whole overall thing was 135,959 in the budget, the original budget book. So,
So I think, Mr. Jackson, I don't think Mayor Rossi was here. We were here, and Chief Perno told us that we staffed him, I think it was like 200 grand more than he needed.
200 grand what?
200 grand more than he needed.
202 is 168.
202, yeah, 168, you're right, that's what I have right here, but then I have the 67, I don't know what this, then another 67, so I think it's 269, 168, that he had more than what he needed.
It was a patrol officer.
It was, I think it was a patrol officer too.
because I know that I went over it with him, and we did make some changes.
You spoke to him?
I spoke to him early on in the budget
Oh, okay.
process.
So
Because,
let me just, I just, cause, I mean, if we can take money back, I think that's money we found.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I love finding money, to do other good things. Oh gosh, the thing is on me. So I'm gonna sit up. So my understanding is, what Councilman Garthwaite was saying, and Councilman, Quagliani, is that we were told, so let me just tell you what I have, and they can tell you what they have as well. There was 4 detective sergeants, they only needed 3. They had 18 detectives, they only needed 16.
Yeah, I
They
have
had
that.
77 patrol and they only needed 76. So when I calculated that, it came to
168.
Thank you.
269, 160. Yeah,
168.
that's different than what he had given me, because I had
Yes.
the two, in other words, like the detectives jumped up to 18, but he said it really should be 16. And then the other one, and then we'll get to the civilian part later, but you're right, the detective sergeant was only supposed to be the same as it was. It wasn't supposed to be.
Okay, can we, okay,
I want to verify that that's what it is.
Once the record's clear.
can we just, we'll just sideline this for now, and, Councilman,
He's gonna go and call him?
thank you.
That's probably the best, thank you. Because it did change since I originally spoke with
No,
the
and I
chief.
understand that.
Park
So,
recreation.
do I have to pull back my seconds, or can we just move on? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you have to pull it
Unless you
back.
wanna recess for 5 minutes and wait.
Oh, I do not want to
No.
recess, I want to
Okay,
keep it moving.
then we need to pull them
Thank you.
back.
Pull it back.
Can we pull back your second?
I'm pulling them both back.
Thank you. So, did you have guys, have a question, or just, so, are you sure, we can move, okay, Park and Rec? So we're just gonna move to Park and Rec, I'd like to bring this out favorably, have a motion? Thank you, Councilwoman and Councilman. So the Park and Rec Secretary, Mayor Rossi, let me just go to that page.
Okay,
Do I have to go back? I think so. Mayor Rossi, I need, us to remember that engineering wanted to give their assistant engineer $30,000.
Okay,
Let's
the
think about
engineer.
that. Why can't I find parking? Oh, I think I'm going in. Yes, page 85, sorry. So page 85, I believe this is just a adding of the administrative secretary of 45,000. It is in the line item
Correct.
for regular wages already. So can I have a motion to approve?
We have the motion.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. You want me to read that? Do I need to read that? Yes.
Please.
So, Park and Recreation Administrative Secretary for $45,973. The recommended budget was $381,247, and the revised budget is the same. It's just adding it to the personnel detail. Councilman,
I do have,
you
C
spoke to the
one.
chief?
Yes, can we confirm everything he's telling me, just so we're all on the same page?
Could we have it all in favor first?
Yes. Oh, for this? I
Yeah.
apologize. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries.
So Detective Sergeant would be 16.
Wait, let me go back to that page, please. If everyone will go back to the police.
Okay, so the regular detectives would be 3. You have that. Detectives,
Can you hold on, Councilman, so we can get to the page?
I'm just making notes so I can tell you yes.
Well,
Detective Sergeant 16.
So,
659.
7. No, go ahead. So the detective sergeant is 3,
Yes,
and the detective is 16?
yes.
And the patrol is 76?
Patrol is 76, Chief. Yes.
That's right.
That's right. And was there anything, can we just, and it was the police training, overtime or crossing guards, camera traffic, right? Then you want more money for the crossing guards?
Do you need more money for the crossing guard?
Hourly or something? All right, and how many does he have?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chief.
I don't know why, it's under that, it's under total support, said 8, and I have 9, I don't know what that was about.
Under what?
Under the police
We want
department,
to
where it
look
says total support,
Say that
under
again. Oh,
personnel detail,
Yeah, it's
I
the-
have 9, I
It's
don't
the
Yeah, I have
civilian
nine,
that's not
it's the
counted.
civilian that the mayor has on hers. The
And that's what he
records
said
clerk-
was zeroed up, yep, and that's on here.
Okay,
Okay, we got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Rossi.
No,
Are we
got it.
ready?
Thank you.
We're ready. Ready as we're ever gonna be.
Okay, so I'm gonna, so we can bring this out for discussion. Okay, you're good. Can, tell me again? Oh, can I like to bring this out favorably? Thank you, Councilwoman Tucker, I see your head. Assuming that's a, have a second? Thank you,
Just
Councilwoman.
a point of order, what are we bringing out favorably?
The police discussion item. So we have to bring it out to discuss it.
Yeah, so but what are we bringing out? What's the motion that we're discussing? I
To
guess
make
is
the
my question.
changes on the the line items. We need 9 votes, right, to subtract these positions and add what the mayor has. So I apologize if we all didn't understand the motion. So the motion is to subtract the positions that the police chief has just told us, which would be, I'll just say it again for the record. The detective sergeant from 4 to 3, the detective from 18 to 16, the patrolman from 77 to 76, and to discuss the 2 items that the mayor has on her revised, which is the records clerk and the computer operator.
Correct.
Councilwoman Tucker, would you like to give me your motion again?
Yes, make a
Thank you.
motion.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
Yes.
Thank you.
second.
Who would like to discuss first? Would you like to discuss first, Mayor Rossi?
No, somebody else can go. I'm just looking for, I'm okay.
So my understanding, and help me with the math, please. So the records clerk was zeroed out.
Not the records
So you-
clerk. the other one was, it's a computer operator.
The computer operator.
That's a
I'm
civilian
sorry.
position, and there's a person that belongs in that civilian position. So when I talked to the chief, he said that definitely has to be funded. And obviously, everybody got a raise, so it went up a little bit to 58,927, and that's reflective as a computer operator, the second one down under the police department.
Oh, is that how much we have? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Handy dandy notebook. So, the councilman, has stated that when we do all of the math, it's 210, 241 that we will be subtracting from the police department's budget.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Just wanna be clear, this isn't, we're not removing police
Positions,
positions. These were added in error.
and the chief has told us on numerous occasions, as our police liaison, Councilman Bruno confirmed again this evening, that he is, wanna verbally communicate that to our residents possibly watching at home?
Yes, that there was a mistake made in the initial budget where we showed 18 when it was 16, and 77 to 76, and, indeed, it was just an overstaffing era. That wasn't the case.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, in the motion, you said we were discussing the records clerk and the computer operator?
Mm-hmm.
So is that being added to the, being added, right? And I didn't catch a number on the records clerk.
I didn't even say one yet, but I will, I promise.
53,956.
When the chief presented himself, did he mention needing more money for the software license? Does anybody remember
I
that?
gotta tell you, Robin, I have the, oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I have the same notes.
Right.
So I have the same notes, I'm not certain.
I do too.
But I don't remember a dollar figure.
I don't either.
I have it starred.
I haven't.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, he just said he needed it, he didn't give us a number.
Right, I don't have a number.
Mayor Rossi, would you have a thought on as to how much you think you might need?
I couldn't.
What,
Because it appears,
the
we have it
software?
starred that he said, that he wanted more software.
License, yeah.
We,
The license, can I just tell you, but he asked for $10,140 and you gave him $10,140. Any idea, Mr. Jackson, do you recall?
I have a note like you have a note saying that it was discussed, but there wasn't a resolution to it. We are taking a wholesale look at our entire portfolio, and a lot of that will be capitalized. So I'm not sure that you need to take
Action?
Okay.
take action on it
Thank you.
now, but we will absolutely make sure that WHPD has what they need in terms of their software seats.
Don't, we'll come for you.
You're right. He thinks that's funny, right?
He didn't hear you.
Oh.
Once I turn around, I'm done.
All right, any other discussion? I'm gonna read it all. Councilman?
Mayor?
You.
Okay, thanks. The records clerk, we're talking about that yet or no? Yeah? Alright, so on here, the 160, we need to change that here as well, correct, on the, detail, personnel detail? Cause I got 108,244, and the revised is now 162,200, is that correct?
yeah, that, in other words, to me, it was, because if you look at the detail on it, the records clerk, it looks like they only have the two, but it says position and recommended wages, but not itemized again in the personnel
So
detail.
it should be 3 there, is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay, that's, just wanted that clarity.
You sure? You,
Yeah, so that.
Oh, okay.
So that'll just be 3 then instead
oh,
of the 2,
right, so they're
correct?
adding one. Are there already 3 or are they adding one?
There's two and they're
There's
adding
two.
one.
Yeah, there's only two in here.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
There's,
They're adding one?
yeah, yep.
Okay.
Used to be two.
Any
They're
other
adding one.
questions? Sure, Councilman, you said you had one?
Well, so the only net add for money is the 58,927 for the computer operator that I think is there already, but they're shifting their responsibilities to another division. I thought that's what the chief said, but anyway, I just want to make sure that the computer operator is the net add for 58,927. The records clerk is just an add, a note on the detail. There's no additional money needed. That's already in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Good? Everybody? Okay, are you ready? 'Cause I don't think I am. I took my glasses off. So, I think I'm gonna have to figure out what the salaries are for each line item. Are you gonna figure it out for me?
I'll do
Is that what you're gonna do? So can I just do a whole total, do you think?
You got,
They
there's
have the
separate
whole
line
total.
items.
That's right,
One's
yeah.
operations, one support. Minus,
So,
so that's the number.
what's the number for this?
What do you get?
Police department operations goes from 8,935,203 to 8,724,962.
But don't I have to subtract, or I can just say detective minus from 4 to 3?
In the detail, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, thank you. So we're going, I'm sorry, I'm gonna read it then. So, I'm sorry?
I was
Are you talking to me?
to
Okay.
myself.
So detective sergeant is gonna go from 4 to 3. Detective, it's gonna go from 18 to 16. And patrolman is going from 76 to, 77 from 7 to 76. And the records clerk is going from 2 to 3 at $162,200 in the police department personnel detail. And line item, is this what you figured out for me?
No, that's here. Operations, turn the page again.
Oh,
One more.
and then operations is line item 1310030510050. Regular wages is going to $8,724,962. And the, did I say the computer operator at 58,927 is the position that's gonna be added that was excluded from the, recommended budget? Which is in that 8 million.
No,
It's not?
no, then the regular wages support has to go up from this number to that number.
Oh, that's a lie. Regular wages is gonna go up from, that is 1310010510000, regular wages.
No.
I'm so
Support.
confused. Didn't I
Support.
go back?
Go the other way. So you have the operations number, the 8 million number, right?
So we're not changing that, right?
You're not changing that number.
I
Okay,
went
so that
the
was
wrong way.
8,724,962.
Correct.
Right, and now we're just gonna increase the support regular wages to make up for that computer operator job.
Which is 1310031510000, regular wages
That's
is 585,445. I apologize, I went the wrong way, I went up instead of down. There's a lot of,
And the increase is the 58,927.
yes.
so there's still 200
And 10 and 241.
241 extra
To the good.
to the good.
210, 241.
Okay. All those in favor? Did we take a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Is It's a lot of work, and we are on the health department. I'd like to bring this out favorably for the sanitarian one, health educator, and health secretary. Thank you, Councilwoman O'Connor. Can I have a second? Thank you, Councilwoman Tucker and Akbarali. The health department is near the end.
90.
Do you see this? I didn't know what number, but I was gonna find it quickly. Thank you, Mayor Rossi. So there was a lot of discussion with your health director, so this is good stuff. I'll open it up for discussion. So is this, page 89. Are there any questions regarding what the mayor is recommending that we vote on? Councilman?
So, Mayor, so when the health, and I'm gonna paraphrase, so when the health director was here, she had mentioned that, you know, she really needed a health secretary and a sanitarian. We had some discussion about a health educator, and are there positions in the ARPA plan specific to the health department as well that are included?
Well, there may be some positions, but I don't remember anything about a health educator in there. I know that the health director thought that that was important because, you know, there's a lot of education that can be done to assist people. But I don't think the ARPA plan, at least when I had it, didn't get down to very, very specifics. I know there were certain initiatives for the health department, but I don't recall anything about a health educator at that point in time. The first time I heard about it was through through Maureen.
And I'm not devaluing them because maybe Marv didn't specify them, but I'm just asking that Marv didn't have any position on these, wrong word. Marv didn't have any insight on these positions, right?
No, as far as I know, no. In fact, what they did was they came back, as you know, with the questions, and I've done my best to answer most of them. We still have a few more. But once, obviously, when the council is done with their due diligence with the budget and it passes, then they will have to be sent to Marv again. They will take another look at it and then make any necessary changes that they want, you know, and that's the way, unfortunately, it's gone, you know, for the past few years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
Any-
question.
1 second. I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I was a little confused by her presentation. Just to make it clear, she talked about a vaccine clinic. So if that is not included in the ARPA plan, does she still need these two people for day-to-day? Does she still need these two people? Is the health department so overwhelmed with stuff right now that they need these two positions no matter what we do?
Again, I don't have the answer to that question. I know that I talked to her about getting what she needed after, like she met with all of you to make sure that we had her budget correct, because there were some things missing in it. But I don't know what her priorities were, as you said. So I know that they are looking to do a vaccination clinic, but not only vaccinations, but, you know, all kinds of different health clinic stuff is what they're looking to do. Whether it be testing for other, you know, diseases, flus, you know, TB is still alive and well out there and stuff like that. But I don't want to speak for her because we had conversations, but it was strictly about the presentation and how many positions and that kind of thing, but not whether or not, you know, she would need these if, you know, they didn't do the health clinics or stuff like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is the health educator a nurse that she's asking for?
She called it a health educator. She said it was a separate, so you probably, Councilwoman, you probably know more about it than I
Well, I'm clarifying because the distinction is that if you're talking about someone doing a vaccine clinic and all that, which I don't, we've had a robust discussion about the fact that that might not be necessary. Or especially, we're not trying to go into the business of having a clinic in City Hall. That the health educator, because she, the way I recall reading it was a public health person, but not a nurse.
A public health person.
And so you're mentioning vaccinations, and those are usually done by.
Yeah, so
nurses,
again,
so.
I don't, as I said, I got her budget after she left here, and we went over the particulars, because we were under the wire, so I put in what she had asked for, and she said she had discussed it, but I didn't ask, because I didn't know if there was a vote on it, or favorable, or anything at all like that.
Right, the health equity focus, education and equity. Right. So, and I guess the other, point of clarification I was trying to get at was whether or not the ask was for an additional sanitarian, because I think your note says here 3 sanitarians are recommended, but you're gonna remove 1, so does that mean that there would only be?
Well, no, in other words, she wants 3, but it's the same thing as the regular wages, but only 2 were itemized in the personnel, detail revised to remove 1 and reduce remaining 2 by 19. So I think that was more, our assistant finance director's like notes afterwards, but as far as I knew, that she was still, because let me see, they did increase it, they did a change. So the sanitarians, because it said 3 originally, so it looks like they did change it, but, so that, to me, looks like it's 2 sanitarians for the 116, 770, if you will.
Right.
And then, of course, the health educator, and then the health secretary.
Okay, so we're really only gonna end up with 2,
Yes.
not the
that's-
3 that are mentioned in your notes.
Well, is it 2 sanitarians and 1 part-time?
No, cause they're not gonna do the part-time anymore.
Oh.
So, Mayor Rossi, I'm sorry, Councilman Tucker, I stopped talking because I realized you still were, but I probably looked like I was still interrupting you, and I apologize.
That's okay, I think I'm all set for now. Thank you, Mayor Wilson.
So can we just discuss that for a minute? My understanding, Mayor Rossi, and I would be looking for your input, as I would strongly be asking for Councilwoman Tucker to weigh in as well, due to her, 9-to-5 job. It was my understanding from the health director, and, Mr. Jackson was here as well, so if you wanna talk about that as well, that they really wanted 3 sanitarians, even more so than I believe the health educator. Was that your understanding?
Do you want me to try and call her? I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure, I remember there being a discussion, I
Like
know
the
she
health
wanted an
educator, I got
additional.
like, oh, that would be really nice, cause we could do this, and we could do this, and we could do
Yeah.
this, and it was like, kind of like, you're going for a hot fudge sundae, and you're trying to decide if you want peanuts or walnuts. That's kind of what I thought about the health educator, but that could just be my analogy, cause I have an
I
analogy.
did have a follow-up conversation with the health
Outstanding.
director, the day after the meeting. In the afternoon, give her some time to sort of posit on it. And what she said was, I gotta have the admin secretary. And the second position that is most valuable to me is the health educator. She
Over
did not
the
identify
sanitarian.
as a nurse necessarily, but as a health educator, someone who could really interact with the community.
Yeah, program, that's what I
Exactly.
understood, that they wanted to do programming
Health
and.
equity program.
Okay, she talked about the health equity.
Right, and then you questioned her on
what the job description would be, and whether or not we knew, and she didn't really know what the role would
So
entail. but I
that
mean,
is
that's
sort
what
of
we
my concern, is that I think it is, health equity is vital, but the concern is if there's a job description, and maybe I can see if she sent me something.
She did send a job description, but
okay.
I think it needs to be a little bit more clear what the role would be responsible to do and what the work would entail. I understand what she's trying to accomplish. It's not clearly stated in the job description. There's an opportunity to be a lot more clear and a little bit more robust in the detail and the expectations of whatever that person's responsibilities will be. I do think there's a huge need. We have a huge, need in the community, and especially in West Haven, for there to be work done in that space. And ideally, I mean, I'm sure a public health person would be appropriate. And I'm not sure what the plans are with the ARPA details, which we haven't gotten to yet. But I was a little bit concerned about, you know, what the person would do and whether it needed to be a nurse or not. And what the
Okay.
plans are going forward. you know.
No, thank you for your, feedback. Councilman, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
Oh, Councilwoman, sorry.
It's okay. I thought that she did want, so she has the chief sanitarian, and I thought she wanted 2 more sanitarians.
Yeah, I think she wanted, well, I had asked her if she could only have one, what would it be? And I think that's what Mr. Jackson answered, is that when
Oh,
she
over
went
the-
back and thought about it, in lieu of having the
Gotcha.
3 sanitarians, she really wanted the health educator,
Mm.
even though Chief Hillary wanted 2 more sanitarians.
No,
Because
right,
there's a
I thought
chief
they-
sanitarian,
Right,
and there are
Hillary.
2 sanitarians, right? So she would,
There's a sanitarian, and then there's the
Sanitarian.
part-time, and she wanted to take that
Get rid of the
part-time
part-time.
call and make it full-time.
yeah.
Right.
And then she, and then she wanted,
Written down.
I don't, well, if you wanna, I don't want us to
No, go
talk
ahead.
over each other. No, it's okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I just said I had it written down.
He's telling me to go ahead and still talk. You're so funny. Go ahead, speak.
No, she had that, I wrote that down, what she wanted. She wanted the full-time person to go to, the part-time person to go full-time. And then she mentioned about the health equity program educator. And the woman I was sitting down over there, I didn't know her name, but she said she would use a sanitarian.
Right, so clearly when she thought about it the next day, in lieu of the sanitarian, she wants the health educator.
That's the information that she gave to me at that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was, 22 hours after,
Yeah.
she presented to the council.
Okay, and again, this is just, 1 second, this is all just to get it in the book, and then we're still gonna decide, like, we can cut it, like, we're not agreeing to it, we're just agreeing to have what the health department actually wants, and then deciding what we're gonna cut or what we're not gonna do is still, this isn't solidified in any way. Okay, Councilman?
So, Mayor or Scott, so I'm just trying to, so you're asking for another $2,800 difference for the sanitarian 1. Is that because of a step, or is that, what's that small number for that you're asking for? Sanitarian 1 from 113,942 to 116,770. So I'm guessing that's 2 sanitarians for that price. So is that, what's the $2,800 for?
I know there's a difference between the department total again and the regular wages, so I don't know if that's what part of it's for, because it's 484, 324, but if you look at the department total for the personnel detail, it's 361, 925. So without checking math,
Because it looks like the 2% is like 1,400 apiece. That's already in the detail. So 2 of those would be 2,800 and change.
I don't know what the 28 is, because I went through and did like the math to see, because like I said, there is a change, again, the same type of thing that's happened throughout the budget in different departments. And as I said, the regular wages is 484, 324, whereas the department total of the personnel detail is 361, 925.
So do we have a health department detail of their, I know that we went through this when Maureen was here, but I know that on the detail, the health officer, I know we have one, that's Maureen. The chief sanitarian, was Hillary, right? The public health nurse supervisor,
Helen,
and then sanitarian 1 is I think the other young lady that was here. And then sanitarian part-time is not funded, but I have a note that says 58,000. I don't know if anybody else.
58,
I have
240.
Yeah, cause that's what she wanted. If she wanted the sanitarian,
To go part-time to
she wanted
full-time.
she wanted 2 sanitarian ones and then a sanitarian.
Right, so are they already in the budget? Because, to your point, regular wages is 484,324. That's the mayor's recommended. The detail shows 361,925. That's a pretty big difference. It's $120-something thousand difference between the regular
2239.
the regular wages and the detail. So what jobs are in the detail that aren't reflected in the detail?
That's what I said, there was like a 90, I figured that out too.
Health
So,
secretary.
if,
And the educator.
so let me just figure this out. Can we just figure this out, Ron? Yeah, can we just figure it mathematically? So this 113, and that's the 2%. So this 116, I don't think is right. Cause I think we already have that. So if we have the 9,593 plus 7,5. Is 361,924
So it's 122,399 is
the difference?
Because this is all by, this is all
So if we, so, and that's right, and the 2 that they want is 97,515. So Mayor Rossi, can we just, review with you what, did you wanna say
No,
something?
we're just comparing the
Okay.
same numbers.
Oh, no, it's fine, I just wanna make sure that we all get the opportunity to talk. So what we're looking at, Mayor Rossi, is that if you look at what she, in this book, that she, where's what she gave us? Don't you have that little, isn't it
Right
in
here.
this little sheet?
Yeah, 'cause I don't, yeah, I don't
What's
have any
that
of that.
total? It's not total?
This is the year to
this.
date.
Yeah, but it doesn't spell out the jobs.
No, I know, but I'm just curious what it says.
This says
Requested is
532.
532, okay.
Can
Yeah,
I take a look at
so-
that? That would be great.
So right now, it's, she requested everything. She requested a health secretary, an educator, the 3 sanitarians in her amount, cause that's $500 and something. 532.57. So you're not giving her that. We've taken it. But if you look at, is it there?
So the 3 new positions would be sanitarian 1, health educator.
And a sanitarian, yeah. She wants 2 sanitarian ones.
So there already is a secretary.
No.
In the office.
No, it's not.
This person's there?
I don't know who that is, but there's nobody there. There might have been, but she's not, I don't know. Oh, yes, she is there, but it's funded through some grant that she doesn't wanna do anymore. So Mayor Rossi, if you look at what we have on this, she has the health officer, the chief sanitarian, a sanitarian 1, 2 positions. That totals, I'm sorry? Oh, that totals $361,925. If you go down to your recommended amount of $484,324, did you do that math? 484,324 minus 361,925 is $122,399.
Yeah, I know that.
Right?
Done.
No, and I'm just trying to make sure. So, if we subtract the $97,515 that you want for the health educator and the secretary, we still have a ton of money left over. That's for the plus. It's $24,884. if I've done this math right,
94.
huh?
So maybe there's,
Just
maybe there's extra money in the account?
When we spoke about
I
it,
hate this phone.
we did the math on the fly, and we came up with $22,000 extra. But it wasn't enough to do 3 positions. It was enough to do
Right.
2 positions.
Right, and they
So
don't
what
want
do
to do the
you
part-time anymore.
what do you prioritize? And so she prioritized the secretary and the health educator. And
So I think that nothing really changes except the recommendation or the revision is the 462, 267. Well, maybe a little bit more.
467, 304.
So it'll be 361,925.
Excuse me, what was that figure you got, we were over 24,885?
Something like that.
Scott, there's gotta be a better way than us on our iPhones here figuring out the budget.
but so
It's over.
so it's over. But there's still another process that has to happen, which is negotiation of the job description with the health educator. And so I would not be opposed to maintaining this number so that we have flexibility as we engage in that negotiation. And it
You want
doesn't impact the
$25,000 in flexibility?
no, but we are still in a pandemic. So could we utilize that money through appropriate transfers through this body to continue to address such? I would argue yes. Because it does not impact the mill rate.
So
There's
no,
no
no,
specific decision that needs to be made right now, but as long as we have the funds and we can sort of cogitate how to work out the positions that are valuable to the health director and continue to use funding that is worthwhile to the residents of West Haven. It might not be the worst place to what we call park those dollars, and then come back to you with a plan once we're.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? So if we were to park those dollars, how is one, what would be the mechanism to activate the use of the funds if they're not clearly delineated in the? Okay.
Another line or for another purpose to utilize those funds. So when anything over $1,500, we would have to come back to the council.
And if we were to say, we wanted to just like the police, we came back with, what would where do those funds go?
Well, if the council does not act upon them, ultimately at year-end close, they roll to fund balance.
To fund balance?
If there's extra funds
And
left
then-
in a 51000 account, they roll to fund balance that year.
And then same question, if there were to be a need that we wanted to access, you still come back to the council.
Yes.
So what would be the difference in leaving them with the health department versus doing that?
There really isn't. There's a slight difference in charter for an intra-departmental versus interdepartmental. But I think, having this conversation in public is, what we're supposed to do. And since there's essentially a plug number for that health educator, and we don't have that solid job description just
I
yet,
see.
it's hard to get to the same, $524 or whatever it is that exists for existing positions.
So I'm gonna tell you where I'm at, because I'm not shy. So I added up all the numbers minus the health educator, and it comes up to 482,557, which is very close to the 484,324 in the budget. I recognize health equity is important, but I don't think, as Councilwoman Tucker said, I think there needs to be more work done on the job description. And I do really believe that if anything should be part of an ARPA plan, it should be health and health education. So I would rather see the health director come back to us to potentially amend the ARPA plan to include some type of health educator or health education. And I'd really like to add the sanitarian, because the sanitarian deals with regulation, right? And I know that we always have a difficult time keeping up with inspections and regulations, and to me, the bottom line is safety, to a lesser extent revenue, but that's a revenue generating position as well. But I think that you know, they could use that other sanitarian to deal with the regulations and the inspections that sometimes they don't have a chance to get to. So I'm in a position where I'm supportive of an additional sanitarian, and quite honestly, I'm supportive of a health educator, but not as part of the budget request, as part of a ARPA request where we could see a job description and exactly, you know, how that's going to be rolled out to the community. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And I'd like to follow up with it.
Thank you.
Let me just see if anyone else has any comments. Anyone else have anything?
Yeah, I got a question. You don't mind?
Go ahead.
Councilman Quagliani, you added the figures on top, plus the 2,800, plus the 55 and the 42,515?
No, I added Maureen's last page that she gave us. She gave us a breakdown of the requested wages for 22, 23, and I just added them all up except the health educator. And I got 482, 557.
Because I got, adding what I did, I got 22,057 over.
I think you added all the positions.
I don't know.
Subtract 50,000 from there and see what you get.
Yeah?
I mean, I added the handout
Well,
that Maureen gave
we'll
us.
go over it again just to make sure the money is right. Councilman Donovan?
Yeah, and getting back to Councilman Gragliani, I do agree, but if I recall, she was looking for, we have two sanitarian ones, and she was looking for a sanitarian, which is,
Right.
the pay is a
She
little bit
has,
higher,
but she had,
right?
no. She has chief sanitarian, a sanitarian one, and a part-time sanitarian one that is going away, and she wanted to backfill that with a sanitarian.
I'm just looking at her last page of her handout.
Yeah,
Her
and it says
requested wages.
sanitarian on the bottom.
Right, I added
Which is
that one in.
72, you added that one in.
I added everything except the health educator I added in.
Yep.
And I'll add it again, but.
No,
So
no,
there'd be
no, I
three
get that.
So there'd be three
There would
besides
be-
the chief.
There would be the
Yes.
chief, there would be two sanitarian ones and a sanitarian, correct?
Correct.
Right, and I had a note here, I don't know if that was the 24,000. She was requesting a part-time administrator. Did anybody else have that note?
The secretary.
She wanted a secretary that the mayor has in her request, and that he added in his, the health secretary.
It's in here.
It's in there.
Okay. Then that's not, then
Councilwoman?
that's it.
Yeah, so, I think I have a little bit of a difference of opinion with Councilman Quagliani from the perspective that, I do agree that obviously the use of ARPA funds is the direct result of the pandemic, right? Right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, I do believe that we should use some of those funds for, for anything that's related to the health department is appropriate, right? But I think that in this particular situation, because of the state that the city is in, and I don't think we focus enough, we certainly haven't had any discussions in this council about the health of the community here in West Haven, and I would love to hear some input from the health director about that, because there is a huge need for a health educator in the city. We just don't talk about it. And we really don't educate the public on the state of the health of the community, which I happen to have loads of information about. So I do think we need that person. I do think we need that person on staff. I would have no problem with seeing that person hired here. My comment about the job description is that I think there needs to be clarity about what that person is supposed to do. Because the last thing I would want to see us do is fund a position like that, and then there's no aim, there's no purpose, there's no focus, and therefore there's no outcome of us, funding a position like that, and there's no benefit to the community as a result. So, while I do understand the need for a sanitarian, we have a couple already in the budget, but we never had was a health educator. And I do see that as a huge opportunity for the city that would benefit the health and the well-being of the community. So I advocate for that. But I just would like to see her come back with a clear job description, and because it just felt like she didn't have an aim, she didn't know what that job description, that person would do in that role, and that kind of just made, I think, me and probably a lot of people in the room uncomfortable, because it was like, we need to hear a clear and concrete plan for that work, and it is too important to kind of have somebody sitting in a position like that without a clear focus. So that's my position on that. And I don't disagree the use of the ARPA funds, but I would like to see the position funded.
I just wanted to ask, just to see if you knew Mayor Rossi, is there anyone on the Board of Ed side of the Board of Ed side of the city that has health education? I guess, listening to the councilwoman and agreeing with a lot of what she's saying, I do think that sometimes we tend to do the numerous things twice, like all these differences of systems and upgrades and software. Do we know if they have anything? Because when you think about educating the community, a large part of our community are in our schools, and how can we go about capitalizing on that, and possibly, we do with ERS, the fire departments all help fund it, and then the city pays a portion. Maybe something like this needs to be funded by multiple different departments to, I don't know, I just wanted to say that before I forgot. Thanks.
Yeah, and listen, again, for the record, I think a health educator is critically important, except I've been around a long time. So we won't see the job description ever again if we fund it. And then by the time the job description gets put together, and by the time it gets negotiated with the union, it's who knows when it'll be. So, I think thinking on what I think you want, I think logically maybe we should take that $50,000 and put it in the city council budget, earmarked for the health educator, and then at least it'll encourage them that they'll have to come back to us. We could review the job description, see how the progress is, and then release those funds. But I'm just not comfortable releasing those funds now because I don't think it's properly baked yet.
I agree. That I agree with.
Can I add on to that? The only bad thing about what you just said, because I agree with all of it other than our charter says something else, if you put it in the city council budget, you can't get at it until the last 3 months of the year. So the health department wouldn't have access to that money. The city council could take care of it, but the health director wouldn't, because the charter clearly states the last 3 months of the year you can't. You have to stick within your own budget. Other than the last 3 months of the year, then you can go and take other ones.
So Scott, if we did that, and we and the health department was ready, and we signed off on it, I don't know, October, whenever they're ready, and then they would, the funding would be in the city council budget. So would they be able to use whatever line they're using, and then we just transfer that money into their I'm just trying to figure, I think the key is I think we'd like to see the position come back to us. That's why I thought if we waited for ARPA, we still have ARPA in front of us.
So we could, can I just answer before you do, please? Thank you. I think we could have the best of both worlds. We could do the $50,000 in the city council and then just fund it previously before we get there with ARPA money. But the money's there so that it's part of the budget, and we're not trying to fund it for the following year. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's already in the budget, and we set aside, we would just, that's just a suggestion, but.
I think we're saying the same thing. I'm just trying to find a
I think
trick.
we wanted to come back here. We want to make sure the job description is fully baked, and we want to make sure that we can release it when it's done. And I agree.
Mr. Jackson?
I think there are challenges, but as long as we're all on the same team, we can overcome those challenges. So however you would like to do it, but Councilwoman Hosky, you're absolutely right. If this is a position that the city feels into the future is part of our infrastructure, ARPA dollars will not be forever. And so it will lead to a hole in some future year if it's funded entirely through ARPA. And so if this is important to the city, then we probably ought to pay for it through the operating budget, so it's already built into the next year's
Right.
budget.
And I think part of that too, and to what Council Woman Tucker was saying, is that we want those partnerships. We want to cross, the divide and ensure that that larger community is not just this community, but how do we partner with the Board of Ed, and do they have somebody on their side? Like, you want nurses to work together. You don't want the nurses in the high school doing something than the internal nurses doing. You know what I mean? I mean, you would think that we would have, vaccination clinics at the high school, but we don't. But don't get me started. It's nobody's fault. It just hasn't happened yet. So, how would you? I think we should just take 55,000 and put it in the, and we can fund it in ARPA, but still have that 55,000. But I agree that I think we need to hold the health department accountable for that robust job description and ensuring that, it's not part of, a union seniority thing. Oh, I can bump into this position because I have seniority. Well, no. You don't meet the criteria. Like, I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. Any other discussion so we can move on? I got this all in my head. Stacy. Are you ready? Councilman?
Am I ready for what?
With your calculator. Okay, Mayor Rossi, so I think we're gonna do this. Do I have a motion on the floor?
We do.
Oh, excellent.
What is the motion?
What is the?
We're just motioning for discussion,
On the health
on the
sanitarian?
health sanitarian and the health educator and the health secretary.
So I would like to take the health educator of $55,000 and make a new line item in the city council budget under, I guess it would be 110010, whatever the other ones would be, health educator for $55,000.
But now do we have to take 55,000 out of here?
I think we just have to add the difference between the sanitarian, because this is a 1.
Because it doesn't show it, but these are the
Which page is
changes.
the city council?
And,
I just have a quick question before you.
yes,
So we're putting it into the city council line item, are we calling it something?
yeah, health educator.
Okay. And we're just gonna have, Mr. Jackson make up a number for it?
It would start with the 530010, and then whatever it would be, huh?
New account.
And,
New
yeah,
account.
New account.
Okay.
And then, for the health department, as,
And-
the person, I'm sorry?
So we're putting $55,000 into the city council, where's it coming from? Just the budget? Contingency?
Coming from the health department budget.
Coming from probably regular wages.
Where's it coming
It
from?
doesn't necessarily have to come from
Anywhere?
because this
No,
is-
because
Okay, well,
Okay.
she asked, so I just wanna
if
make
you're
sure.
gonna keep the sanitarian position, this is what it comes to, so we wouldn't have enough for that. You know what I mean?
We do with the,
Yes. So I would
Go
just
ahead, I'm
leave that,
listening.
I would just leave that number alone.
oh,
And
okay.
just do the motion for to add
But the
55,000.
55,000 could come from the West Haven PD?
Yeah, but he'll know that.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
thought we were just talking, cause you asked me, so,
Yeah.
okay. Are you sure? Cause I wanna make can I look at your paper? Cause I need to, okay, so we're going with the health department to have 2 sanitarians at $113,942.
Two sanitarian ones.
Or is that
Can you
different?
add those two? Right? I think that's what that is.
It has
These
to
two
be.
here.
Those are, right, 'cause I think they're different amounts, right?
This one here, 63, 62,
And they're getting rid of that.
Can I just have a point of clarification?
and 21, 302.
Councilwoman Hoskin.
Yes, 1 second, yes. I'm trying to, that
Let me
can't
just
be
read
right,
this in.
because that's not what this says, that, what did you wanna ask, Councilwoman?
I think that there's a difference between a sanitarian and a sanitarian one.
There is.
So you mentioned sanitarian, so I just wanna be clear if it's a sanitarian one or a sanitarian.
I believe it's 2 sanitarian ones.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
what-
okay, cause you said
Because
sanitarian.
then there's a sanitarian and a chief sanitarian. There's 4
You
of
just
them
said
on this page.
sanitarian, that's why we're
I
clarifying.
just wanna make sure it's a
Yeah,
one.
no, and I appreciate that, cause I'm confusing myself, so, hold on.
So, can I just make a comment?
You sure can.
Okay. So, I think maybe we just leave the mayor's recommended at 484, 324, and that includes the health officer, the chief sanitarian, 2 sanitarian ones, the public health nurse supervisor, the health secretary, and the sanitarian, and the only thing omitted right now is the $50,000.
55.
So it's 50
55.
here.
Oh, it's 50,000, I'm sorry. then.
50,000 for the health educator. So, and I think that's it.
Who says 55?
This one says
This says,
55.
and who says 50?
Yes, for 50.
No, I know, I'm just,
Where does it say?
The other, can I, sorry,
Here.
Says 50 on her little
yeah,
color
can I just clarify?
page.
There's a difference between what she asked for, which was 50, and what's here is 55.
yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, in your experience, I mean, they both sound kinda low, but I mean,
I think they're both low.
So,
I would go with 55. Right.
the 116,770 represents 2 people? The 58,000
The
something?
113,942 represents 2 people. I don't know, Mayor Rossi or,
That 2,800 is it a raise?
no, they already have raises at the 113,942.
Confused.
Are we trying to decide between 50 or 55 as a salary?
this,
Can we just, we're gonna go with what she has, the 50,000. We do have, we'll be able to use the ARPA money if we need to make some, and then we could just, Mayor Rossi, can we just, real quick, have this discussion? We're just gonna go with the 50,000 for the health educator. And we have the ARPA money that we can utilize, so that if there needs to be a difference of 20 grand, then the coming next year, we'll just have to budget for it. If that makes sense?
Now, what I did too is I just looked at the 2 sanitarians, so they have different salaries, and I think one of the reasons is one is going to be more advanced, if you will, and the other one seems like it's the lower the, and so I put the 2 of them together, as long as my math is right, I got 121,302 for the total amount, and I'm going by what was given to me with the pretty colors on it. So
Yeah.
you said-
So that's what, Councilman Quagliani was saying, so I'm gonna let Councilman Quagliani read this into the record for me, if he would be so kind, since he has his mind wrapped around it, and I'm still, would you mind?
are we all comfortable with that?
Are we all comfortable? Are we
Yes.
good? So we wanna do the 50, we're gonna do the 50, and then he's gonna read the rest, and then we'll make a motion. Thank you, Councilman.
So you already did the 50,000, right, but we didn't vote on that, right?
So
We're
are
gonna
we,
do it one lump sum.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. We're
Okay.
doing it together, like,
Well, the 50,000 is going in city council budget, that
As a new account.
Councilwoman Hosky read already.
right,
So can we just move that one now?
absolutely.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries.
Okay, and then in the health department oh, I'd like to make a motion, sorry, I'm new.
Motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we, in the health department regular wage account for $484,324 includes the following positions. Health officer at $95,920, chief sanitarian at $75,741, sanitarian 1 at $63,062, sanitarian 1 at $58,240, public health nurse supervisor at $76,317, health secretary at $40,878, and sanitarian at $72,399.
Motion. Can we get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Mayor Rossi, what else do you have for us? Oh, the various revenue expense accounts?
Yes, these were all the rest that if there were any problems, and some were changes, as you know, I explained the other night about with the mill rates, and how they took money back, and then we got more mills, if you will, so that encompasses all of that. There was a minor change with parking tags. We went and we shored up all the health insurance accounts, both for the retirees and Connecticut Partnership. We got rid of that uncashed check reserve because we had a teacher that for many years did not cash their checks, and then the person got ill and then eventually died, so the family came forward. So we used to have this reserve on the books, but the reserve has finally been paid, so there's no reason to have that reserve on the books anymore, the $250,000.
Right, I'd like to make a motion to bring forward the, revenue expense account varies. Account 1012004545237 pilot state-owned property, to reduce it by $181,198. 10124044110 tax levy motor vehicle. The recommended was $9,355,341. To increase it by $1,252,204. And this is the city mill rate increase from 26 to 29.46. 101244041 motor vehicle tax reimbursement. What goes from $1,632,114 to decrease it by $1,129,423 to revised of $502,691 of state reduction. 1013104343100 parking tags of $185,254 to increase $15,000 to $200,254. 1310001052750 fee and charges up safety, to increase that by $15,000, so revised $15,000. 1810998254110 health insurance Connecticut Partnership, $6,415,486, to decrease it by $104,752 and revise to $6,310,734. 1810998254110 health insurance retirees, $5,189,928 to reduce it by $464,421 to the revised budget of $4,725,507. 1900999056010 fund balance adjustment, $150,000 increased by $640,000 to a revised amount of $790,000 and 1900999 uncashed check reserve $250,000 to decrease it by $250,000.
Second.
Thank you. Councilman?
Scott, would you mind, or Mayor, or both of you kind of taking us through? I mean, some of the items are, you know, like the healthcare, like we're reducing the number, and I know that the state changed their motor vehicle mill rate calculation. It didn't come as much, they're not giving us money, as much money back, or taking as many mills off as we originally thought. Could you kind of go through these revenues?
Absolutely. So the first one is the pilot state-owned property. Because pilot has changed now over the years, and we've been lucky because I worked with the other mayors to get a bump up in our pilot because we have a lot of exempt property. But this one line item was always separate, and it was left in the revenue item, so it had to be removed because we put the full amount in one line item. Now that's the way that we report it. The next one, the tax levy, this is for the motor vehicle tax levy. And what it is it changes now from 26 to 29.46. So that's the increase of the $1.2 million that brought it to the 10,607,000.
And what's this year's current motor vehicle?
The current motor vehicle total is 32.46. 3 mills went to each one of the fire districts. We started out, when they first started in the session, it was going to be lowered from 45 mils to 29 mils. That's what they did originally, but then this past few days, they changed their minds and changed it up and put it to the 32.46 and took back the $1.1 million from us. So that's why we need the additional 3.46 mils to make up, that amount. They just really, we ended up in, actually we gained a little bit, but we ended up in pretty much the same place. They just chose to do it through mills and bring the motor vehicle tax up a little bit more than they had originally anticipated.
But the 29.46 for FY '23 is less than what the motor vehicle mill rate is for '22. Is that correct?
Yes.
So right now it's 45 minus 8 for fire district.
Right, 8 for each fire district.
So it is going down, but then we also get this new grant that is pegged at $502,000.
So my point is the mill rate on motor vehicles has went down.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Continue.
technically, if you count the fire districts, it went down to 32.46 now, not to 29 like they started out with. So
Right.
they went up a little bit during the session.
Got it.
The parking tags, that I talked to the assistant finance director. That's the way they book it for whatever reason. So I don't know what the rhyme or reason is. He put some, this is the way they always did it.
Yeah, that's an accounting cleanup.
Yes.
We were netting it out against the revenue, which is not a great way to do business.
Right.
So we added, we increased
Right.
both sides of the equation
Right.
so we could pay out for an expense account.
And the health insurance Connecticut partnership, what we did to move along with the budget is we put the gross amount in, but then there's cost share and everything else, so we were able to pull a little bit of it out. Michael Milone assisted tremendously with these calculations with myself and Scott, so he's been very, very helpful.
So the 104 is the employee contribution?
Yes, it's the employee contribution, so it leaves us with 6.3. And similar for the retirees, same type of thing, except with the retirees, it costs more, as you can see, with the cost share. And then the fund balance adjustment was, it was originally a lot more than this, but unfortunately there were a lot of increased expenditures in this budget, one of which was the police ADEC went up by over $1.2 million this year. And there were obviously, the raises, 2.5 for public safety, and then the 2% for pretty much everyone else in the budget. So that helps. So that's why where we have some favorability here of the 640, I think the best idea, and again, it's entirely up to all of you now, that would bring the revised amount up to 790 as an increase, as long as it stays throughout the budget here, obviously, but it would be an increase then to our fund balance. Now, because the Board of Ed had favorability in FY '21, of a little over $2.5 million. That bolstered our fund balance to 6.1, unaudited, because the 2.5 has not been audited yet, but 6.1. So with it, I mean, we would be ahead of schedule for the 5-year plan, which I think is always a good thing. And it's always good to have a better cushion. We really should have a larger amount in our fund balance. So I'm hoping that stays, but again, it's up to all of you. And then the uncashed check reserve was, as I said earlier, there was a teacher that didn't cash their checks, and I'm talking for a long time, not like one or two, a lot of checks. So we had to keep that on the books until the family got paid back what they were owed and made whole.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just have a couple of questions. Abdul came, and he was concerned, rightfully so, that he's trying to fill his assistant engineer's position, and he's not able to due to what it's paying. And if I'm correct, and somebody might have I don't even think that makes sense, might have written that down, but he asked that this 30,000 more for that
I
position.
agree with that wholeheartedly.
And I'm thinking with the 210 grand, I'm sorry, I'm tired and I haven't eaten.
I know.
The $210,000 that
Excuse me, we didn't do all in favor on that last,
On the last one.
What last one?
the
We
last
just made a
motion.
motion on all these.
I'm sorry.
We
That's
moved
okay,
along.
I just wanna-
Stacy, all
I
in
gotta keep
favor?
it all-
Aye. Any opposed? Don't you, it's tax stuff, shouldn't you abstain? Yeah. Well, it's the whole thing, okay. Any opposed? And Councilman Boris abstains. Motion carries. I apologize.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Thank you, Stacy.
You're welcome.
So was it 30,000? I think it
He
was.
wanted to bring it up to 100,000, so it was almost 30,000, because it was at 72.
So you agree so
I
that we can,
absolutely do, because otherwise, you're only gonna get somebody, at best, part-time. Engineers are hard to come by, plus we
yeah,
have
I'm just talking about it.
we have a lot of projects going
I just wanna
on,
make sure she agrees.
one of which, is gonna be the brewery soon. So we have a lot of projects, and, you need engineers, and you need all that assistance and everything. So I'm fully in favor of it, because a city this size, we only have one full-time engineer. So if he's out on vacation or away for any reason, we're down, we don't have any engineers, then we'd have to get somebody like contractually.
Okay. I don't know what page.
Page 69.
Thank you. So what's the amount?
So the original amount was.
Well, what's the,
Was 72,671, and if we add 30 to that, it comes.
well, what did he
27,
want?
319.
He wanted 30. Okay,
Yeah.
so it would come to, okay, so it's definitely 30. All right, so that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you. This is the other question. I have a couple, if you don't mind. The library came before us, and I see that you gave them the requested amount, and I was just looking at it, but I closed the book again. I wanted to know, and I'm sure you do realize, but I just wanted to go on the record as making sure you realize that, I don't think I see it. Does
It varies
anyone
toward
know
the
what I'm gonna
end.
start to talk about?
I know what
Could be
you're gonna
anything.
say.
Could be
She's
anything.
gonna
Where's their
talk about the
wages?
people that weren't.
92,
hired.
page
wasn't here for
92.
that.
Page 92.
Right, but I don't see their wages on what they gave us. Does anyone see the wages on what they gave us? So, I'm just gonna talk because I work best at that. So, Mr. Jackson, I believe, was here for that time, so I just dislike the way their stuff is in the book, right? So it says wages, the budget that they had in, the actual expenditures for 2021, 1421, I want what their wages are in their wages. I have that, what page is it?
It's their handout that they gave.
It's
Right.
your hand, yeah.
I think she lumped them all together.
No, I just want the wages, like what's their wages? Do you see that in this book that they gave us?
Do you mean their total payroll?
Right, payroll
Oh, here's-
wages.
Here's total payroll after 9 months. That was what she gave us.
Right, so they don't,
They
so
don't-
that's what's annoying there, Rossi,
They didn't
is
get
that
it.
you don't see a breakdown of what their wages are. So, they asked for $1,575,374, which is a 10% increase from the year prior. Allegedly.
Yeah, close, almost
Oh,
11. It's a hair
Oh,
away from 11.
We round up.
He's
Okay,
absolutely
11,
right.
got it. But I just want to be clear that you realize, because I asked, that Allentown does not have a library, and the bodies that they have, they've not backfilled. The people that were employed, that they lost due to attrition, because they don't need to. So that salary is kind of out there, and they're using it as they see fit, which is fine. So they actually have even more, probably like another $100,000 plus.
275.
Than, I'm sorry,
275.
275 what?
That's much more to
Oh,
go.
so they have 275,000 more. And were you aware that those positions weren't filled, that they didn't carry them? So that when Allentown is built and we get that library, when would those, how would we fund those positions? Like, it's, because that money's not being used for positions now. That money's being used, and they need it, and I'm sure that they're definitely doing great things with it. But has that discussion been had, that that money that was already allocated in the past for those 2 positions will go back to those 2 positions? Or would we have to fund that again, so that in 18 months or whenever it is, we're gonna have to give them another $120,000? Did you hear that? Did you know that when?
No, because here's the thing, I did not get a lot of the detail at all, and I don't think Scott did either, because normally the finance director gets packets and then they share them with me, and that did not happen this year for whatever the reason. So I did not get it. I know that I talked briefly to Colleen Bailey over the phone about it, and she was telling me, that people raises and different things and everything else. So it sounds like all of you have a lot more information than I did. And again, at this
Well, I
point,
inquired.
at this point in time in the budget, it's up to what 9 votes get you today. You know what I?
No,
So-
and I just think, next year, or that you, and I just think that in the way in which they itemize, I don't like that everything is under regular wages, because it looks like their wages, like if the resident was to read this, they'll think, why is the library $1.5 million? My gosh, that's almost what they do at, the fire department, or the, West Haven PD. What do they do? So it's just not broken out in what I believe is really a true depiction. And then they do give us this, but, yeah,
You got more than we got, right?
it's not, oh, you can have mine. I
Yeah,
mean,
we didn't get- we didn't get
you
that.
can absolutely, I just don't see that. And I just wanna make sure that we are, here, please. Mr. Jackson, if you'd like this, I would,
So they invoice us on a quarterly basis, and they were very appreciative when they were here that for the first time in their collective memory, the mayor's recommended budget reflected their request. So there is some additional deep dive that needs to go into it. I've signed off. I've seen one invoice from the library.
yeah, and I know
but
they're doing
hopefully we can-
raises, like there's union raises, or they're negotiating contracts, so I know there's a lot that goes into it, but I was just curious. I have one more question, and you're probably gonna love this one even more, unless somebody else has anything else to say. We voted on that.
What
We did?
What did we vote on?
We voted on all those revenue changes? Sorry.
Oh,
I
yes.
must have nodded off, I'm sorry.
Yes. I
It
asked for
happens.
an all in
You
favor.
said you weren't gonna try to correct it.
It happens. sometimes.
Okay, so there's one, I just wanted your, and I don't know if now is the time, but I do wanna just think about it, is that our part-time people, which are very few and far between, right? There's a handful. But if we do that more, say we decide the health secretary needs to be part-time, or, the city clerk asks for a part-time person, and I know there's part-time people in the registrar's office. Anywhere else you can think? No. They don't get it. City clerk is a part-time?
They wanted
I wanted a part-time.
No, that's what I just said, if we gave them their part-time city clerk person. They don't get, any benefits, so they don't get holidays, they don't get anything like that.
Well, it all depends on the hours. It's all key with the hours. So in other words, part-time,
Can I ask my question?
yeah, go ahead.
So I know it's, so is that what you're saying that, I guess I see what you're saying. So if they're I definitely see what you're saying. So if they're 19 hours and it's just Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, and the holiday falls on Wednesday, then they wouldn't. Or if it's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and the holiday falls on a Tuesday or a Thursday, they wouldn't get the holiday pay. So is there really a cost? Like, is there, I don't want them to get paid holiday pay. I want them to not get paid for a holiday that the city hall is closed, that they would get paid for had it been open. Did I explain that right? Did you get that? That they, on a day that they work. That's not costing us any money.
Well, see, again, it depends on how you craft this. So if it's 19 hours, right, they get absolutely nothing. But you have to be careful, because if you go to 25 hours, right, then what ends up happening is not only would they get all the holidays and everything else, but they would get
Benefits.
medical. So a part-time position could possibly cost you $32,000 if you have a family of medical for a year.
Right, and we don't want to do that. I'm talking
You're looking for
right,
just holidays.
I'm just saying that right now, when a person works for the city that is part-time, if we close, are we open the day after Thanksgiving?
No.
So they, not only, they don't get paid for Thursday, they work on Friday, they don't get paid.
Correct.
And I understand, they don't get paid. And they get, not only that, and I think it's kind of curious sometimes, because I wonder how those part-time people use all of their salary for the year to think that they've actually worked, like they've never taken a vacation. Like, so it's just curious on how we do that.
This is the way a lot of the world works, or a lot of America
That you can use.
that a lot of people don't get paid time off.
Right.
They get zero PTO. And so these folks are able to operate in that sphere. So typically they have another job that they do work to feed their families.
Right.
But they are not eligible for paid time off.
Well, and I'm not talking about giving them paid time off. I'm looking at the idea of giving them holiday pay. I'm looking to say if the city is closed, these doors are closed, that part-time person can't come to work, and they don't get paid for the holiday. It doesn't cost us anything to pay them, because it's in the line item anyways. And I'm looking at this.
That's true, but we're not getting the work product.
Right.
Well, there was
So
some.
like Thanksgiving week, if they work 3 days a week, they stack them up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then we'll see you again next week.
Right. Oh, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying I don't like it.
That's a fair enough assessment.
And I was just wondering if we could do better. That's all. 3 holidays out of the year. I mean, like the main holiday.
We're back in session, and we're still in the Finance Committee.
Are there any, motions on the floor that anyone would like to make before? Any motions?
I have a motion. I'd like to take $50,000, from account number 1310001.
Can you tell me what page that's on?
Oh, yeah, page, wait, oh, I kept my thing in it, okay. It was the, damn it,
What's the account?
Yeah,
the
what's the-
police, page 59, oh, I was right in my head.
Okay. Take 50,
Yeah,
take 59?
50,000, it's page 59, 50,000, actually, it's page 60, I'm sorry. From the first account, on that page, 1310010510000, regular wages, and I would like to move it to page 79, tree department, tree maintenance, 1470607852555. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I need a second, right? All right, discussion?
May I,
You're
Chairman?
moving it to tree maintenance to increase it to $250,000?
Yes.
$79.
Oh, 79?
I think Bridget
Bridget has to
calls on you, yeah.
Oh, I apologize. So, did she have a first and a second?
Yes,
Oh,
she made
so
the motion and
discussion?
Steve seconded it.
Who had discussion? You did, Steve?
Yes, please.
Councilman, Councilman, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, we are gonna be facing a dilemma soon, and this is based on a conversation I just had with our tree contractor, a couple days ago. With the rising costs of fuel, insurance, and everything going on, if we keep the current recommended budget for the tree maintenance of 200,000, we are most likely going to lose our contract on him because he will not be able to afford that. I'm just the messenger, but the problem we will face, and I can guarantee this because I have worked for arborists in the past, you will have to put that out to bid, and the going rate for a full day for an arborist right now starts around $2,500. The rate we currently pay him, I believe, is around the $900 to $1,000 per day. And unlike other municipalities, we are severely underpaid. So if we put that out to bid, we risk losing a lot of our tree maintenance, and it's gonna be probably based on an emergency care basis. No further comments from me.
So who spoke to the Commissioner of Public Works?
I have had that discussion with him in recent, yes. Yes.
Tom McCarthy agrees?
I can't speak for Tom, but I know it's been an issue in the past because hence we don't have, unlike other municipalities, when we cut down or remove a tree based on our emergency reasoning, whether it's storm or decaying trees, if you will, our stumps aren't grinded and our list is growing because right now our arborists are working on roughly 2 days a week, whereas other municipalities are functioning 5 days a week.
No, I know, but,
So it's gonna put us in a jam.
no, I'm just curious why our arborist would be talking to you and telling you that you need he needs $50,000 more. It wasn't what the department requested, and we have no comment from our Public Works Commissioner. And we can give them $50,000 more, but we still don't know what Public Works will have them do. He may never grind anything. And I'm just saying, like, we don't have the buy-in from public. Did you talk to Tom? Did you talk to Tom? Does somebody want to talk to Tom? Go ahead.
I didn't talk to Tom. I do have a question for Scott, though. So this is a contract that the city currently has. I don't know if there's a termination date. I don't know the last time it went out to bid, but the last thing that I agree in spirit with Councilman Johnstone, because everything's going up nowadays, and we have a lot of need in the city, but I want to follow our purchasing procedures. I don't want to just throw $50,000 on an existing contract if the amount that they're going to get is all spelled out with what the number of days that they're going to work. So I don't know if you know that, or, you know, again, and because I didn't know it was going to come up tonight, so I know that I didn't have a chance to talk to Ricky Spryer or whatnot, but I'd be worried to just add $50,000 to an existing contract without it being negotiated.
Did you? Maybe they talked to Ricky. Did you
Well,
talk?
I'm gonna.
Oh. Well, did you? They talked. Did you talk to Ricky?
I do not have firsthand knowledge of this contract, but 50,000 is a trigger number for MARB. So it would have to go through a double process, council and MARB, in order to achieve it. Councilman, we had a conversation in the parking lot one night about trees or the lack thereof, and the lack of a good canopy. So I think we're on the same page in terms of how we look at the city. But I just want to say that there are administrative hurdles to being able to access these monies in a quick fashion.
Is there a recommendation that you would have for us if we wanted to put some money aside, so in the future, you know, halfway through the year or whatever? I don't know.
Without having the contract in front of me and exposure to the contract, it's very hard to say. The contract will expire at some point, as all contracts do, and we kind of have to determine as a collective what do we want to do in this environment of treescape and canopy. But unfortunately, I just don't have an answer on the contract.
I mean, I'd rather see the recommendation come from the executive branch as opposed to the vendor, so, all right, I appreciate that, thank you.
Is that it?
No, sir, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Councilman? Anyone?
Well, yes, sorry. So the 50,000 we're taking away from the regular wages for the police department, that, I'm assuming that's from the extra.
The extra.
Now, we were looking to do something else, I think, with that. Putting 50,000 there, that actually might be too much as well. I know you're probably just giving it a guesstimate.
I mean, you have the floor. May I?
Right.
Absolutely, I got no
well,
problem. But,
There's a contract.
right, so I don't, and again, I don't know when that contract ends either, right, so
Right.
we really can't add anything to that, in my opinion, but I don't.
We can do
Well, I guess we
whatever
could.
we see.
Right.
It's just as Mr. Jackson has explained, there are hurdles. You need to
Yeah.
speak to procurement, and this vendor that says he needs $50,000 more may not be our vendor when the contract is up.
Right, I got you.
It's, so,
No, I get you, yeah.
did you want to speak?
Yes, please, thank you. So everyone's clear here, that 50,000 is my recommendation. I want the record to state that. That is not Mr. Harrington's, that is not Mr. McCarthy's. That is my recommendation based on my experience, based on the rising cost, because what I don't wanna see, if we get another Isaias, let's say, and you have major tree damage, you already have your maintenance on top of that, and we might be in a situation where you now have to call an emergency help and your budget is gonna fly out the window. So this is more of a concern that I believe, and it's just my opinion, based on my experience, that it needs to be jotted in our notes for something in the near future, because it's one of those things with the rising cost of diesel fuel that it's gonna be affected. And what we don't want is emergency situation and there's no money to handle the emergency situation.
Then ARPA,
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe when, and I don't know when it's coming on the agenda, but under the ARPA, there's neighborhood pocket parks, open space, trees and gardens, $1 million. So at some point, you know, maybe we could drill down on the details and identify monies that specifically go, you know, to trees. I don't, like I said, I don't disagree, I don't, without seeing the contract and what the terms are of the contract, it's hard for me to increase that contract unilaterally. So at least I think there's an opportunity when this particular $1 million request comes through to maybe hone in some money for extra tree service. Thank you.
any other discussion? All those in favor?
Are you
All
voting?
those in favor?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I missed it, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Do you wanna just do a roll call vote, Stacy?
Councilman Gary Donovan,
No.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
No.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani,
No.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
No.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally,
No.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
No.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
No.
Councilman Victor Boris, Councilman Robert Bruno,
I would like to seek more comment from, Public Works Commissioner McCarthy, so at this time it would be a no.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes, with the added statement of what Mr. Bruno said, that we need further comment.
and
My
Chair,
vote stays yes.
thank you, and Chairman Peter Massaro.
Alright, motion denied. Is there any other motions? Councilwoman? Are you all set? Colleen, did you have?
Oh, no,
Councilman O'Connor, I'm sorry.
That was it, I'm sorry.
Alright, I have a motion I'd like to make, are you ready, Stacy?
I am.
I have account 113001051051020. It is the, Register of Voters, Deputy Registrar's line item to decrease by $800. So they're going from a 10% raise to 2%. Line item one, page 36, no, that's a lie, I'm sorry. Page 26, line item 1100001051051010. Clerk of the Council, increase of $3,000. City Council, we'd like to add a line item for an independent counselor of $25,000. Give me 1 second. Page 28, line item 11050010510000, regular wages for the mayor to be decreased by $1,750. I'm sorry, Stacy, I'm looking for my page, cause now I'm a little bit, oh, I'm sorry, page 36. Regular wages, line item 112500105100, regular wages. The city clerk's salary will be decreased by $1,249. And personnel detail and regular wages, we'd like to add a part-time admin at $21,736, 19 hours a week at $22 an hour. No, the grants coordinator. I'm sorry, I'm not
I
as,
think it's page, 41 with the detail?
did I miss it?
41.
41. Okay, grant coordinator, page 41. I just want this for the record, that his salary, of the 93,351 is due to going from 35 hours a week up to 40, and included in that is his stipend for floodplain manager, which pays $5,720. IT, page 50, just so everyone has. Training and education, 12200225230. Training and education increase, $10,000. Page 58, emergency reporting systems, line item 13000105140, temporary payroll decrease by $13,416. Page 62. Line item 1310031511300. We are increasing that line item by $20,520 for the sole purpose of giving the 30 crossing guards a $1 an hour raise.
Excuse me, can you just repeat that number again? Is it 20,500?
In 20.
20,520.
Yes.
Thank you.
Page 46, line item 12100105100. An increase of $42,849, specifically to increase the finance director $25,000, and the assistant finance director $1,784. Thank you. $17,849 in the interest of right sizing to attract and maintain talent in our city. Do I have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Have a roll call vote, Stacy?
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Just to be sure, we're just voting on the changes right now? Or we're voting on the whole budget,
We're voting to make the motion to add this to,
to the budget?
correct.
Okay, yes.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
Yes.
Councilwoman Millie Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally,
Yes.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Victor Boris,
Yes.
Councilman Robert Bruno,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Peter Massaro.
Yes.
Is there any additional motions for the council to consider?
Motion to adjourn the finance committee?
We do adjourn.
We do adjourn. Motion? I second his motion.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Chairman, your
call the vote.
finance, we gotta call a vote on all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We're closed for business.
Thank you, Councilman Hosky. Now we are going back to the,
Well, we're starting this.
oh, at 9:20, what is it,
7.
27.
Calling this to order.
Call the order for a special meeting tonight. You wanna read this?
Yeah, we're gonna call the meeting to order. You want me to do another roll call?
You wanna do another?
We'll do another roll
Yeah,
call,
we'll do
yeah.
another roll call.
Sure.
Here.
All right, so we're having a special meeting, a roll call. Councilman Gary Donovan,
I'm still here.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Still here.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani,
Here.
Councilman Bridget Hosky,
Here.
Councilwoman Millie Garthwaite,
Here.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally,
Here.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
Here.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton,
Here.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Here.
Councilman Victor Boras,
Here.
Councilman Robert Bruno,
Here.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Here.
and Chairman Peter Massaro.
Here.
Okay, and I will read the call of the meeting, Mr. Chairman. West Haven City Council, notice agenda of special meeting of May 5th, 2022. Notice, in accordance with rule number 11 of the rules governing the actions of the City Council, Chairman Massaro has called a special meeting of the West Haven City Council to be held at 5 p.m. on Thursday, May 5th, 2022, at the third floor, City Council Chambers, City Hall. The purpose of this special meeting is as follows. Deliberations and actions on Mayor Nancy R. Rossi's recommended budget for fiscal year July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, and to set the mill rate thereon, including the appropriations and laying of taxes for the City of West Haven Fire Department, Allentown.
Thank you, Stacy. What's the next thing?
The next, if there's no other,
Anybody got any more
Any other
questions or
questions
any,
or motions?
on motions against the budget or anything? All set?
resolution.
I'll read the resolution. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven authorize and amend. Oh, sorry, you gotta make a motion to make this resolution. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, I'm sorry. Resolution of the City Council of the City of West Haven authorizing amendment of fiscal 2022 to 2023 city expenditures and capital non-recurring of $168,305,957 and set the mill rate at 34 mills. The Allentown Fire Department expenditures of $9,183,313 to set the mill rate at 11.6 mills. The sewer expenditures, $498,222, with the sewer users fees at $453, and the car tax at 29.46 mils. Do I have a motion? All in favor? Discussion.
So I wanna just make clear, we're approving the mayor's recommended budget as amended by the city council.
Right.
I just wanna make that clear.
There's no
Thank you.
mill rate increase.
Hmm?
No mill rate increase.
Yeah, no mill rate increase. And can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yeah.
Are we done with discussion?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you said you were doing a roll call vote.
Everybody said yes, but that's all right. You wanna do a roll call?
Yes.
Do a roll call.
Okay. Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
Yes.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally,
Yes.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Victor Boras,
Yes.
Councilman Robert Bruno,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Peter Massaro.
Yes. I hear a motion?
To adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Who won the money?
Mitch?